Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night, July the 15th. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action for you here tonight. We have 11 races on tap. Busy night going on tonight. 2- and 3-year-old trotting colts and fillies will face the starting gate, including the 9th race going for over $19,000. We have the Governor's Plate 57 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The draw for that race will come up after race number 5 tonight. Starters going to the Governor's Plate are Twin B Tough Enough, Middleton Terror, Tony Too Tall, Roll'em, Mickey Shan, Bounty Hunter, High Voltage Deo, and Blood Money. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shore, Summerside. The I'll Pick 5, races 1 through 5 with the low 15% takeout and the $2,000 guaranteed pool is presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association. 2 super high 5s tonight, races 5 and 11. Also, don't forget about the late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool, and that's on the last 4 races here this evening. We got some program and equipment changes for you here this evening. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 10 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 28 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. It is a hot one. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In tonight's first race, scratch number 4, Starship's Alicia. She will not go. Race 1, scratch the 4 entry. Starship's Alicia, chart lines not showing. Get Home Terry. On the 13th July Summerside Fast Track, scoring from post 2, finished 4th, was race timed in 1:58 and 3, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 2, JK Express. On the 12th of July at Charlottetown on the Fast Tracks, going on the rail, was a race winner in 1:56 and 2, driven by David Dowling. Turning over to race number 2. In the second race, scratch number 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Race 2, scratch the 4 entry, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Number 5, Dibs on the Captain, from a chin strap to a bar bit, adding knee and shin boots, from a Pelling pacifier to a blind bridle, and adding a Murphy blind on the inside. Turning over to race number 3. In the third race, number 6, Shill Hanover, going from blind to blinkers and adding earplugs. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 6, Bon Maddie, will add the trotting half hobbles. Racing tonight with the trotting half hobbles on. Next change, go to race number 6. In the sixth race, number 2, Little Arrow, the driver will be Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Heffernan Jr. driving number 2, Little Arrow, in the sixth race. Turning over to race number 7. In the seventh, number 1, Mr. Old Home Week, removing the Murphy blind outside and removing the line pole inside. Next change, go to race number 9. In the ninth race, number 2, In Harmony, adding a burr head pole on the inside. Number 8, Dusty Lane Gus, will add knee and bell boots. Final change in the final race tonight. Number 7, Big Bad Bruiser, has a chart line not showing. 12th of July, Charlottetown Fast Tracks going on the rail. After the 3/4, made an equipment break and finished 8th. Race time 1:59 and 3, driven by Adam Murner. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. That gives you 24 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes. We'll be shortening our post parades on tonight's program so the horses spend less time on the track. The horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time. So if you plan to wager, you should consider that when wagering tonight. Wager early to avoid being shut out at the windows.
to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. As I mentioned, 11 races on tap for you here tonight. 2- and 3-year-old trotting colts and fillies. The 9th race has the 3-year-old trotting colts for that purse of $19,310. 8 of them going to the starting gate. Bless Me Father on the rail with Jill Berrio. In Harmony 2 for Miles Heffernan Sr. Apollo 34 leaves 3 with Mark Campbell. West River Jet 4 with Kenny McDonald. My Pocket Rocket leaves 5 with Kenny Murphy. Fire the Rocket is 6 with Jason Hughes. Marcus Down Ridge 7 with Mary Claire McDonald. And Dusty Lane Gus on the outside 8 with Ryan DeRoche. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shore Summerside. And once again, another note, we're taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes. We will be shortening our post parades on tonight's program, so the horses spend less time on the racetrack. The horse and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time. So if you plan to wager, do so early to avoid being shut out at the window. It's going to be a great night for harness racing, as I mentioned, here at Red Shores. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for tonight's opener, there is a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. You see I'm going with a 628 with the scratch of the 4. It did have the 4 in there. Backstretch speed and class first choice is 6-2. And once again, the 4, Starship's Alicia, has been scratched. We've lines to be announced on Get Home Terry. Started here July the 13th, left from post 2 and finished 4th. Race time 1:58 and 3. 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. JK Express number 2 started here on Charlottetown, on July the 12th. Left on the rail and was a winner by a head in 1:56 and 2. 29 and 2 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike. First race, post time in 9 minutes.
Get Home Terry on the first race post parade, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. 2 JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot. Mark Campbell will drive, Miles Heffernan Sr. doing the post parade. Grand Ave Legend 3, owned and trained by Rouse Sweet Valeri, Adam Murner. Four Starship's Alicia Scratch, 5 Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Corey McPherson. 6 Sensational Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. She's a Lover 7, Robbie Chappell of Summerside, owns, trains, and drives. Brookdale Shelley is 8, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Brody McPhee. 2 minutes, 2 post time. Welcome to Governor's Plate Week at Red Shores, Summerside. Tonight we feature the 2- and 3-year-old trotters in the PEI Colt Stakes. Rocky Skirman is next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is also the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. Landing on the 6, Sensational Gal, 4-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry. For JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, Nick Oakes is the trainer. Gilles Barrio gets the call tonight. Last start was here July the 8th, left from 7. Could interfere with, made a break, finished distance. We'll throw that one out. I like that line down in Charlottetown on June the 19th. Left from 8 on the outside. Finished 6th by 5. Race time 1:55 and 4. Closed it out 29 seconds flat. Gilles Barrio was in the bike. 2 wins this season. 1:57 and 1, a record taken at Charlottetown earlier on in the season. Sensational Gal moves in a spot with the scratch to the 4. Gilles Barrio aboard. Your current choice at 4-5. And there's a look at the 2, JK Express, a 10-year-old bay gelding by Western Paradise for James Perot of Stratford, Jared Perot, the trainer, Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. Started at Charlottetown on July the 12th, left on the rail, was a winner by a head in 1:56 and 2. Closed it out in 29 and 2. David Dowling was in the bike. Mark Campbell, he's hot thus far. 5 or 6 wins on Sunday. He's in the bike tonight for JK Express from post 2 at 3-2. And there we see the 8, Brookdale Shelley, 4-year-old bay mare by Rocket in Heaven for Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Brody McPhee is in the bike. Last start was here July the 8th. Left from 7, finished second. Just got beat by a quarter of a length. Race timed 2 minutes, 4/5. Closed it out 29 and 4. Has a win down the program June 17th here. Back tier post 9 was a winner by 6 lengths and 2 minutes, 4/5. 31 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike, and I believe that was a new race win, equaled her lifetime mark. Brookdale Shelley, post 8 with Brody McPhee, 14-1. Got a birthday shout out tonight. Happy 92nd birthday to Bill Lanigan, still buying and training racehorses. From all of us here at Red Shores, Bill, hope you have a great day. as tonight's opener. Scratch down to a field of 7, lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Get Home Terry, JK Express, Grand Ave Legend. Catch a Few Rays, Sensational Gal, She's a Lover, and Brookdale Shelley, top of the stretch. First race approaching a start. Ralph and pacing, Sensational Gals firing out. Closer to the rail, JK Express. Third one is Catch a Few Rays to get away fourth. Get Home Terry. Fifth on the turn, that's Grand Ave Legend. Then 6, She's a Lover, and the trailer. Brookdale Shelley is 7, so Barrio made the front here. Aboard Sensational Gal. Second is JK Express. Then racing from third, that's Catch a Few Rays. Fourth is Get Home Terry. Grand Ave Legend is 5th. Then 6 is She's a Lover, followed by the trailer. Brookdale Shelley 7, 28. And 4 was the quarter. Sensational Gal, the fraction setter as they round the paddock turn. JK Express races from second, coming out of the turn in third. Catch a Few Rays, right side in fourth. That's Get Home Terry. 5th is Grand Ave Legend. Then She's a Lover and the trailer. Brookdale Shelley halfway home with no movement here in the opener. On the point, it's Sensational Gal in control off of 58 and 4. Opening half mile, tracking second, JK Express third. That is Catch a Few Rays. Get Home Terry continuing fourth. 5th is Grand Ave Legend. Brookdale Shelley picks up 6, and now the trailer. That She's a Lover. The 3/4 coming next. Sensational Gal has not seen a challenger. JK Express tracking second. Catch a Few Rays third. Get Home Terry is fourth. Grand Ave Legend 5th. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 3. 1/8 of a mile out. Sensational Gal clear by 2. Headed on home. JK Express second. Catch a Few Rays third. On the wire next. And Sensational Gal will take Barrio all the way. Second is JK Express. Third, that is Catch a Few Rays. And the time for the mile to open it up, 1:56 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. We saw Sensational Gal. Jill Barrio hustled her right off the wings to the front. 28-4. The half up in 58-4. Down to 3/4 in 1:27-3. Never saw a challenger throughout the whole mile here. New race win record tonight. She was sensational, all right. 1:56 flat for Sensational Gal with Jill Barrio in for second. JK Express Catch a Few Rays third. So it's 6-2-5 unofficially in the opener. We're going to see Sensational Gal and Jill Barrio in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Sensational Gal on her way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle here in tonight's first race. Bay pacing mare, she's 4, but roll with it, Harry. off the Big Jim Dam quick decision. Owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale, trained by Nick Oakes, and the Maritime Magic Man Joe Barrio header on top at every call, pacing to a new race win record this night, 156. Sensational Gal.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the first race: Get Home Terry fourth, JK Express second, Grand Ave Legend sixth, Starships Alicia scratched, Catch a Few Rays third, Sensational Gal the race winner, She's a Lover finished seventh, Brookdale Shelley fifth, 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 127 and 3, and the mile 156. In review, it's 4-2-6. Scratch 3-1-7-5. Sensational Gal 340 to win. Exactor $5. Triactor $9.90. Superfecta $327.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. Let's talk about HPI Governor's Plate Week offer. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wagered $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Governor's Plate Week at Red Shore Summerside. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Note the scratch of number 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Scratch down to a field of 4 in here. There's the right picks for tonight's second race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting fillies for a purse of $19,310. I'm going with a 2-1-3. Backstretch beat 2-1, had the 4 in there. Class First Choice 1-2 also had the 4 in there. But once again, the 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua, has been scratched. Second race, 7 minutes.
Three-year-old trot fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes on the second race parade. Supreme Rocket won, owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan. Jill Barrio drives. Ocean View Nicky number 2, owned by Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Cole. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Magian Mystery number 3, owned, trained and driven by Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Forest Scratch number 5, Dibs on the Captain, owned by Blaine White of South Panett. Curry White does the training. Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes. 2 post time. Governor's Play 57 is this Saturday, July 19th, proudly presented by title sponsor Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Meadowlark on top. Meadowlark wins the Governor's Plate.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate.
Walter Simmons, it's your time. Bugsy McGuire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Scratch down to a field of 4 in here. PI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old trotting fillies. $19,310 is the purse. Landing on the 2, Ocean View Nicky, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Coles. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and driver. Truro Raceway on July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for over $10,000, left from 3. Was a winner by half a length in 2 minutes 1/5, closed it out in 29 2 for Mike McGuigan. That was her 5th lifetime win. Ocean View Nicky, post 2 with Mike McGuigan in the bike at 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Another one out of the Mike McGuigan stable. It is Supreme Rocket, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for Jamie Whelan Jr. of Vernon Bridge, who's also the breeder. Mike McGuigan is the trainer with Jill Barrio in the driver's seat. Started at Truro on July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for over $10,000. Left on the rail, finished second, just beat a length and a half. 2 minutes 2/5, closed it out in 28 4 on the rail tonight. Supreme Rocket looking for her first win of 2025. Gilles Barrio aboard. He's looking for a back-to-back double. 4-1. And there's a look at the 3, Magian Mystery, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder and the trainer and the driver. Truro Raceway on July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for over $10,380, left from 2, finished 5th. 2:03-1, closed it out in 30 seconds flat. Just his her 10th lifetime start and her second start of the season. Post 3 tonight for Magian Mystery with Jim Ripley, 16-1. Well, it's hard to talk about 3 of them and not the 4th one. There's the 5, Dibs on the Captain, 3-year-old bay filly by Mile Hill Willie for Blaine White of South Panett, who's also the breeder. Curry White, the trainer, with Corey McPherson in the bike. Charlottetown, June 26th, made a break from post 2, finished distant. But the qualifier on June the 19th, left from 2, finished 3rd. Race time 2:04-1, 31-1 on the end of it. Just her 4th lifetime start, 2nd of the season for Dibs on the Captain. Corey McPherson aboard at 43-1. There is a look at Dibs on the Captain, just out in the center field, just having a little trot around there to keep quiet, keep her cool away from the action. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's, this evening's second race. PI Coal Stakes 3-year-old Trotting Fillies for $19,310. Fans scratched down to a 4. Nice purse. Up to you for the call.
And they still may have a shot at the track record, Mr. Skirman, with this tiny field, if we get any kind of fraction. Supreme Rocket, Ocean View Nicky, Magian Mystery, Dibs on the Captain. 3-year-old Trot Fillies, here they come. There they go, off and trotting, and Magian Mystery the first call at the rail. Supreme Rocket, third one to the turn is Ocean View Nicky, and the early trailer in fourth. Dibs on the Captain. They're over to the 8th pole. How's about a long shot leader here in the early going? Magian Mystery and Jim Ripley by 2. Second, that is Supreme Rocket racing from third. Ocean View Nicky, and the trailer, that is Dibs on the Captain. By the first quarter mile, we have a new leader now. That's Supreme Rocket and Burial on to the front off a 29 and 2 opening quarter. Second, that's Magian Mystery. There goes Ocean View Nicky, sent out from third, and the trailer, that is Dibs on the Captain. Down the stretch they come, and the stablemates are now 1-2, and here is Ocean View Nicky to take over the lead from Mike McGuigan at the opening half mile. Supreme Rocket is second, then in third, that's Magian Mystery. Dibs on the Captain, a contender in fourth. 58 and 4. We're getting the fractions in here. As they move next to the 5-8, it's Ocean View Nicky, the leader. Supreme Rocket is second, dropping back third, Magian Mystery, and the trailer fourth. That is Dibs on the Captain. They go to 3/4 next. Ocean View Nicky arriving there, the leader. Her stablemate not far away in the 2-hole. Supreme Rocket. Magian Mystery is third, and Dibs on the Captain fourth. They're at track record time in here. 1:29 flat down to 3/4 with an 8 to go. Up against the clock here in Summerside. On the lead, it's Ocean View Nicky. Supreme Rocket coming right with her on the outside. On the wire next, Supreme Rocket and Ocean View Nicky. Wow, the stablemates are in a win photo. Time for this mile, 1:58.3. That is a new Summerside Raceway track record for 3-year-old Trot Fillies.
Here's the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Ocean View Nicky, after some jostling, gets to the front, 29-2, the half, 58 and 4, down to 3/4, 129. Here is the stretch drive with the stablemates battling to the wire. It's not posted yet. I thought the one got up there, but it's very close according to the... Yes, it is posted now. Supreme Rocket gives Jill Barrio back-to-back wins here tonight, and a new track trotting record for 3-year-old Trotting Fillies, as Vance said, 1:58 and 3. Ocean View Nicky did all the work on the front, is second. Magian Mystery in there for third. 1, 2, 3 unofficially in tonight's second race. We're going to see Supreme Rocket and Jill Barrio in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, I put the handle on him, the Maritime Magic Man, because he is Gil Barrio, and he's taking Supreme Rocket into the winner's circle. the newest track record holder here in Summerside for 3-year-old trot fillies. Supreme Rocket, trotting Bay Filly 3 by E.L. Rocket off the Federal Flex Dam. Supreme Monarch, owned by Jamie Wellen of Vernon Bridge, who is also the breeder. Trained by Mike McGuigan. Gilles Barrio gets the daily double. And the new track record for 3-year-old trotting fillies now stands at 158 and 3. She is Supreme Rocket, with the trackside presentation on behalf of the PEI Colt Stakes.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from the second race. Supreme Rocket, the winner. Ocean View, Nikki, 1 second. Magian Mystery, 3rd. Dusty Lane Kahlua was scratched. Dibs on the captain, 4th. Here's the track record fractions: 29 and 2, 58 and 4, 129, and the new track record stands at 158 and 3. In review, it's 1, 2, 3. Scratch 4. Supreme Rocket paid $4.90. The exactor was $4. The triactor was $6.20. The Gilles Barrio daily double paid $9.50, and the superfecta valued at 62 cents.
The Governor's Plate race is brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on the Action Corner, where customer service is their #1 priority, proudly serving customers since 1947. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Just saw a track trotting record for 3-year-old trotting fillies, 158 and 3 by Supreme Rocket. And Gilles Barrio goes back-to-back tonight. Let's talk about Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Is proud to be the retailer of the award-winning Ram line of trucks. Pickup trucks. The Ram truck won the 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Summerside Chrysler has one of PEI's largest inventory of Ram trucks. Check them out at summersidechrysler.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. The Atlantic Post calls Paddock Can, and we have an equipment change on the 6. Shill Hanover goes from blind to blinkers and adds earplugs. I'm going 6-7-4. Backstretch beats 7-6-4. Classifier's choice is 7-4-6 in the third race in 7 minutes. And just another reminder that we're taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes. We'll be shortening our post parades on tonight's program so the horses spend less time on the track. Horse and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time, so if you plan to wager, you should consider wagering earlier on tonight's program. And there's the win photo from tonight's second race. You're seeing Supreme Rocket just nipping Ocean View Nicky on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
You already have on the third race parade, owned by JD Racing Incorporated from Cornwall, Dunsand Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. FR Millie 2 is owned and trained by Chris McKay of French River, Adam Murner. Principal Pally 3, owned by Matthew and Douglas Perry of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, Miles Heffernan. Dylan Sutherland doing the post parade. 4, Spinelli, owned by Chantel Angel of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel trains and drives. 5 is Jack Ryan, Brody McPhee in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Donald Sweet, O'Leary. Shill Hanover is number 6, owned by 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained by Paul Angel. Mark Campbell catch drives. Pop the Pin is 7, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 3 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder, the draw for the Governor's Plate 57 comes up on race number 5 tonight. Stand by for a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor 20-cent superfecta, Triactor win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 6 in here, Shill Hanover. 3-year-old Big Yelling by betting line for 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel is the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call to drive tonight. Last start here, July the 8th. Left from 5. Finished second, just beat length and 3/4, 2:02 Closed it out in 30-4. The start before that here on July 1st, left from 6. Finished third, race time 1:59.1. Closing quarter 29-4. Paul Angel was in the bike. 11th lifetime start tonight for Shill Hanover, looking for that maiden win. Mark Campbell, he's hot since Sunday. He's in the bike tonight. Right now 5-2. And there we see the 7, Pop the Pin, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Courtly Choice for David McDonald of Belfast. Ashley Gamester trains and Jason Hughes will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown July the 10th from post 2 and finished 2. Race timed 1:59.1, 31-2 on the end of it. Her 9th lifetime start is tonight. looking for that maiden win. Pop the Pin and Jason Hughes at 3-1. And there we see the 4 Spinelli, 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar for Chantal Angel of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder. Paul Angel is the trainer and driver. July the 8th here, left from 5, finished second, just beat 3/4 of a length. 2 minutes flat, closing it out in 30 seconds flat. 19th lifetime start tonight, 6th of the season in this class of maidens. Spinelli with Paul Angel from post 4. Your current choice at 7-5. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's third race. Class of maidens in here you already have with Norris Rogers on the rail at 11-1. FR Millie on your screen right now with Adam Murner at 8-1. Principal Pally 3 with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 15-1 there on the screen right now. The 4 Spinelli and Paul Angel. Your current choice at 3-2. Jack Ryan 5 with Brody McPhee at 6-1. Shill Hanover 6 with Mark Campbell at 2-1. And 7 on the outside is Pop the Pin with Jason Hughes at 3-1. That is the field for tonight's third race. Class of maidens, good luck with your choices. Countdown clock is in for tonight's third race. A field of 7 maiden pacers lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
You already have FR Millie, Principal Pally, Spinelli, Jack Ryan, Shill Hanover, and Pop the Pin are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Principal Pally and FR Millie are leaving out. Coming from the outside is Shill Hanover third. Then the fourth one, Jack Ryan. Fifth as they make the turn at the rail, you already have. Then 6 is Spinelli and the trailer, Pop the Pin. They're going to the back stretch, and here comes Shill Hanover. In line to Mark Campbell to clear. Second, that is FR Millie racing from third. Principal Pally. Fourth is Jack Ryan. Then alone in fifth, you already have. Racing from 6, Spinelli, and the trailer 7th. That's Pop the Pin on by the quarter. And up front off a 28 and 4 opener, that's Shill Hanover. The fraction setter for Mark Campbell on this night. FR Millie, the 2-hole ride. Principal Pally third. Back into fourth, Jack Ryan. Racing from 5th, you already have. Then the 6th one is Spinelli to the outside, and the trailer is Pop the Pin. They're halfway home, led by Shill Hanover. FR Millie tracking second, then third. That's Principal Pally, 57 and 3 was the opening half mile. Campbell sitting up here in the maidens by the 5-8. Shill Hanover the leader. FR Millie is second, moving up third, that is Spinelli. Fading fourth, Principal Pally. Jack Ryan on the outside, 5th. You already have has 6, and the trailer, that is Pop the the pin. They're by 3/4. Shill Hanover still there. There goes FR Millie, sent to the outside. 3/4 up in 1:27.4. 1/8 of a mile to go. Shill Hanover clinging to the lead. FR Millie on the outside, getting into it late. That is Spinelli. They're in deep stretch now. Shill Hanover almost there. Shill Hanover and Campbell will get there. FR Millie second. Spinelli will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Shill Hanover with a hot Mark Campbell goes to the front. 28.4, 57.3, 1:27.4 to 3/4. And here's the stretch drive. FR Millie drives up from 2 and makes it interesting here. They're going to battle down the stretch with Shill Hanover on the inside. Ducking to the inside rail, that's Spinelli with FR Millie in the outside, but Shill Hanover is going to get a maiden record tonight, a nice one, 1:57.4. FR Millie in there for second with Spinelli third. It is 6-2-4 unofficially in the third. We'll see Shill Hanover and Mark Campbell in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Shill Hanover going to the third race winner's circle, bay facing gelding 3 by betting line from the All-American native dam, Sayo Hanover. Owned by 3 silly fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, trained by Paul Langell. Mark Campbell with the catch driving call. Right to the winner's circle. On top all the way. Maiden record 1:57.4. Shill Hanover in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now, the official results in the third, you already have, was fourth. FR Millie second, Principal Pally seventh. Spinelli third, Jack Ryan finished fifth. Shill Hanover, the race winner, popped the pin, was sixth. 28-4, 57-3. 127-4, and the mile in 157-4. In review, 4-2-7, 3-5, 1-6. Shill Hanover $4. Exactor 46.40. Triactor 50.50. Superfecta 25.46.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 3 races in the books. Let's talk about HPI Bet. Get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine, Standardbred, and Thoroughbred, customers earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like a 3-1-5 in here. Backstretch beat going 3-5-7, as is the classifier in tonight's 4th race. PEI Stakes, Colt Stakes for 2-year-old trotting fillies. $18,980 on the line. Post time in 7 minutes.
Two-year-old trot fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes on the fourth race parade. Dusty Lane Margot won, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. She's got Spunk number 2, owned by Tracy Norris, Brian McPhee, Ambrose Laybolt, and Harris Johnston. Brian McPhee does the training, driven by Brody McPhee. Holly's Girl number 3, owned by Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley from Charlottetown. Daryl McLean does the training. Gilles Barrio drives. Rosie's EL Girl number 4, Bill Lanigan Montague owns and trains. Kenny Murphy drives. 5, Miss Gracie Ridge, owned by Amber Campbell of Charlottetown. Amber trains and drives. 6 is Bon Maddie, owned by Blaine White of South Panat. Curry White, the trainer. Mark Campbell driving. Amberley's Rocket number 7, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Corey McPherson. 2 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky with more in the Red Shores 20th anniversary giveaway.
Thank you, Vance. The Ridge this year marks the 20th anniversary of Red Shores Charlottetown, and we're celebrating in style. Customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining at Red Shores Charlottetown will receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, August the 16th at Red Shores Charlottetown. Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Got an equipment change on the 6. Bon Maddie in here. Adds the trotting half obbles. There's a look at the 3. Hallie's Girl, I guess we'll call her, according to Scott McLean. He just texted me. Hallie's Girl is a 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass for Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley of Charlottetown. They're also the breeders. Daryl McLean is the trainer with Gilles Barrio in the bike. He's hot tonight. He's got 2 wins thus far. Qualified at Charlottetown on June the 26th. Left from post 5. Wire-to-wire winner, 2:04-2. Closed it out in 29-1. First lifetime start tonight for Hallie's Girl with Gilles Barrio. Right now, 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Dusty Lane Margot, 2-year-old brown filly by E.L. Rocket for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester, the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Truro Raceway, July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes, left from post 2. Wire-to-wire winner by a neck in 2:07 flat. Closed it out in 30-1. 1-for-1 lifetime thus far. Dusty Lane Margot on the rail with Jason Hughes. Good odds, 18-1. And there we see the 5, Miss Gracie Ridge, 2-year-old bay filly by Run Director for Amber Campbell of Charlottetown, who owns, trains, and drives. Qualified at Charlottetown July 7th, left on the rail, finished 4th. 2:06-2 with a closing quarter of 30-4 for Amber Campbell. First lifetime start tonight for the 5, Miss Gracie Ridge with Amber Campbell, 6-1. And it's your first call for 50-50 tonight. Brenda's up here in the oval right now. First call, 50-50. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's fourth race. PI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trotting fillies for $18,980 with Dusty Lane Margot and Jason Hughes at 15-1. She's got Spunk and Brody McPhee at 14-1. Hallie's Girl 3 with Gilles Barrio at 1-9. The 4, Rosie's EL Girl with Kenny Murphy aboard at 15-1. Miss Gracie Ridge 5 and Amber Campbell at 6-1. Bon Maddie is the 6 with Mark Campbell at 31-1. And Emberley's Rocket leaves 7 on the outside with Corey McPherson at 24-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's fourth race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race. PI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. There's 7 of them. Upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Dusty Lane Margot, she's got spunk. Hallie's Girl, but it sure looks like Holly. Rosie's L Girl, Ms. Gracie Ridge, Bon Maddie, and Belize Rocket. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. 2-year-old trot fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes post time. The rough and trotting Hallie's Girl is leaving. Dusty Lane Margot along the rail into the turn. Rosie's EL Girl is a third. Coming up fourth from the outside is Bon Maddie. Towards the rail, the fifth one, she's got spunk. On the outside 6, Amberlee's Rocket, and at the rail 7, Miss Gracie Ridge. On the back stretch, it's Hallie's Girl and Burial by 4 in the early going. Second is Dusty Lane Margot racing from third. That's Rosie's EL Girl. Fourth on the cones as she got spunk. Looking for a spot in fifth is Bon Maddie. Up the rail in 6, Miss Gracie Ridge. And the 7th one, Amberlee's Rocket. 30 and 3 opened it up. And on the lead as they arrive at the 3/8, Hallie's Girl in complete command of the field. Racing from second, Dusty Lane Margot. Then third, that's Rosie's EL Girl. Fourth on the cone, she's got spunk. Racing from fifth, that's Bon Maddie. On the move in the outside 6, Amberlee's Rocket is underway. And on the outside 7th, Miss Gracie Ridge, the half mile in 102. And a 1/5, they're running around the turn, approaching on the 5/8. On the front end in here, Hallie's Girl continues to lead it. Driving into second, Amberlee's Rocket now. Third up the rail, Dusty Lane Margot. On the outside 4th, Rosie's EL Girl. Up the rail 5th, that's Bon Maddie. 6 is Miss Gracie Ridge, and the trailer, she's got spunk by 3/4 now. Hallie's Girl there in 1:33 and 1 around the turn for the final time now with an 8 left to trot. Hallie's Girl looking to go all the way here for Barrio. Second, Amberlee's Rocket. Third on the outside, Dusty Lane Margot. On the line, here's the Muscle Mash filly. Hallie's Girl. Barrio's got the triple. Second, Dusty Lane Margot. Bon Maddie rallied in for third. But it's Hallie's Girl all the way in 2:03 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trotting fillies for $18,980. Folks, love to have all the money combined that the McLeans have won over the years in these big stake races, because they've won a pile of them, let me tell you. And Hallie's Girl in her first lifetime start, the 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass, right down the road with Jill Berry on the bike, 30 and 3, 102 and 1, 133 and 1. Stops the clock here in 2:03 and 1 for that first lifetime start and a maiden record here tonight. Jill Berry was hot. He's got 3 wins already tonight in just 4 races. Dusty Lane Margot in there for second. Bon Maddie is third. It is 3-1-6 unofficially. In the fourth, we'll see Hallie's Girl and Jill Berrio in the Woodmere Standard Breds winner's circle next.
Hallie's Girl goes to the fourth race Woodmere Standardbridge winners circle. Trotting Bay Filly 2 by Muscle Mash from the Angus Hall Dam. Incredible Holly. Home by Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley from Charlottetown, who are also the breeders. Trained by Daryl McLean. Gil Barrios third winner tonight. He triples up. Trotting Filly on top at every call in her pari-mutuel debut to a maiden record of 203-1. Hallie's Girl in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the fourth race. Dusty Lane Margot was second. She's got Spunk seventh. Hallie's Girl the winner. Rosie ZL Girl was fourth. Miss Gracie Ridge fifth. Bon Matty third. Amberley's Rocket was sixth. They went 30-3, 102-1, 133-1, and the mile in 203-1. From the top, your program reads 271-4536. Hallie's Girl 210, Exactor 530, Triactor 3690, Superfecta 3089.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the 2025 Governor's Plate coming up this Saturday post time 4 o'clock. The 57th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring the purse of $50,000, is scheduled for this Saturday, July 19th, right here at Red Shore Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers, the post time for the Governor's Plate program is 4 p.m., and you can get more details on Summerside's Big Racing Week by visiting Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. As you can see now, there is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I like a 4-2-1 in here, as does Backstretch Beat. Classifier's choice is 4-2-7. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. Fifth race, post time in 5 minutes.
Race 5 on parade. Baby Step Back, number 1, owned and trained by Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Kenny Murphy drives. Wired Blue Chip, number 2, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan. Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell. Listen Linda Lou, number 3, out of Murder drives for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. Magnificent Mia, number 4, owned by Michael Collings of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, Paul Langell. 5 Red Dirt Diamond, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Brett Clove drives. Animosity 6, Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, owns and trains, Ryan DeRoche driving. No Fool Tobago 7 is owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington, Brady Sweet drives. 8 is Starship Beauty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer. Corey McPherson above the wheels. Down to your final call for wagering here on race number 5. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of this night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on the 4 Magnificent Mia here in the Super High 5 Rock. This mare has been racing extremely large. You just take a look up and down the page, a lot of 1s and 2s and some nice miles in there. Going to go to 2 Wired Blue Chip with Campbell. I'll use the 1 Baby Step Back for a bit of a long shot off of the rail. Then going to 7 No Fool Tobago. And closing it out with 3 Listen Linda Lou. 42173 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
42173, old fella. Same as you. So if you're going to get her, I'm going to get it.
Yeah, well, let's get the keys ready.
There's a look at our selections. We're on board. 42173 here in tonight's 5th race. Super High 5. Good luck with your plays. Getting close to post time for tonight's 5th race. A field of 8 in here. Let's have a look at the odds board with Baby Step Back on your screen right now. And Kenny Murphy at 9-1. The 2 Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell at 6-5. Listen Linda Lou, 3 with Adam Erner at 13-1. 4 is Magnificent Mia with Paul Angel at even money. The 5 Red Dirt Diamond and Brett Clough at 8-1. Animosity 6 with Ryan DeRoche at 62-1. No Fool Tobago 7 with Brady Sweet at 12-1. And the 8 Starship Beauty with Corey McPherson at 25-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race, a field of 8. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Super high 5-time Vance, up to you for the call.
Baby Step Back, Wired Blue Chip, Listen Linda Lou, Magnificent Mia, Red Dirt Diamond, Animosity, No Fool Tobago, Starship Beauty on the outside, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Magnificent Mia leaves out. Baby Step Back along the rail, coming from the outside. Animosity third. Between them, in fourth, Red Dirt Diamond at the rail. Wired Blue Chip. Then the 6-1. That's Listen Linda Lou on the outside. In seventh, No Fool Tobago, and at the rail, the trailer, Starship Beauty. Along the backstretch for the first time to the opening quarter. The heavy favorite on the engine, Magnificent Mia for Paul Angel. Baby Step Back, the 2-hole ride. To get away third, Animosity. Wired Blue Chips in fourth. Then it's Red Dirt Diamond fifth. The 6-1, Listen Linda Lou, followed by No Fool Tobago. And the trailer, Starship Beauty, 28 and 2. Opened it up and down the stretch they come. Approaching the opening half mile. On the lead, Magnificent Mia right there second. Baby Step Back third, and on the move in the outside, Wired Blue Chip is underway. Fourth up the rail, that is Animosity. Then racing from fifth, Red Dirt Diamond. They were at the half in 58 seconds flat. They arrive at the 5/8. Magnificent Mia the leader. Second is Baby Step Back on the outside. Wire Blue Chip is hanging third. Fourth at the rail, Animosity. Then in fifth, Listen Linda Lou. 3 wide, that's No Fool Tobago in 6. Red Dirt Diamond seventh on the outside 8. Starship Beauty, they go by 3/4. Magnificent Mia still there. Baby Step Back, second right with the leader. 3/4 and 1, 28 and 1, and they're homeward bound, led by Magnificent Mia. Baby Step Back on the outside for the stretch drive. They're in deep stretch now, and Magnificent Mia will deliver for Paul Angel. Second is Baby Step Back, and we'll need a show photo. And the time for the mile in the super high 5, 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Magnificent Mia and Paul Angel go right down the road tonight. 28-2, the half up in 58 seconds flat, down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Here is the stretch drive. Baby Step Back goes a big trip here tonight. Fires out of the 2-hole and comes down the stretch here, but can't quite get to Magnificent Mia, who wins tonight in 1:56.4. That's a new race win record for Magnificent Mia and her third lifetime win from 15 tries. Paul Angel in the bike. In for second is the 1, Baby Step Back, and it's tight for third on the line, but it is now posted. The 2, Wired Blue Chip, in there for third, so it's 4-1-2 unofficially in tonight's fifth race. We're going to see Magnificent Mia and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
Magnificent Mia on her way to the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle here in the 5th. Bay pacing mare 4 by Malicious off the Articulator Dam, April Dawn Star, owned by Michael Collings of Charlottetown. Michael, also the breeder, trained by Tammy Collings. Paul Langer will guide her to victory and a new record tonight of 156-4. Magnificent Mia in the Super High Five. Here's the official results in the 5th. Baby Step Back was 2nd. Wired Blue Chip 3rd. Listen Lindaloo 5th. Magnificent Mia the race winner. Red Dirt Diamond was 8th. Animosity finished 7th. No Fool Tobago was 6th. Starship Beauty 4th. Fractions went 28 and 2. 58. 128 and 1. And the mile 156 and 4. From the top, your program reads 235 187 64. Magnificent Mia paid $260. The Exactor $1140, Tractor $2070, and a Super High Five $54.98. Ladies and gentlemen, the official draw for Governor's Plate 57 is taking place at the Oval on this Tuesday night. And let's send it down to Rocky Skierman.
Thank you, Vance. We're here in the Oval for the draw for the 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. We have Stephen Williams here from Summerside Chrysler, with Kent Butler, Senior Judge from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission, John Arsenault, Manager here at Red Shores, along with Gerard Smith, who is the classifier for Red Shores. So let's do a draw. First horse is Mickey Shan, post position number 4. Next horse is Blood Money, post position number 7. Next horse is Middleton Terror, post position number 8. Next horse, Twin Bee Tough Enough, from post position number 5. Next is Tony Too Tall, from post position number 6. Next up is High Voltage Deo, post position number 2. Next horse is Bounty Hunter, post position number 3. And last but not least, Roll 'em on the Rail. There you have it, folks. That's the field for the 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on Saturday night, July the 19th, from Roll 'em from the Rail. High Voltage Deo 2, Bounty Hunter will lead 3, Mickey Shan 4, Twin Bee Tough Enough 5, Tony Too Tall 6, Blood Money 7, and Middleton Terror 8 on the outside. Don't miss the action. Post time 4 o'clock this coming Saturday afternoon. The Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draws back at Red Shore, Charlottetown. On live race days, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August the 2nd at Red Shore, Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. For the upcoming 6th race, I got a 175 in here. Backstretch beat 175. Classifiers choices 715 in tonight's 6th race trot in 6 minutes. And just in case you missed the post position draw for the Governor's Plate coming up Saturday night, right here at Red Shore, Summerside, post time 4 o'clock. Rollum leaves on the rail. High Voltage Deo from post 2. Bounty Hunter will leave 3. Mickey Shan 4. Twin B Tough Enough 5. Tony Too Tall 6. Blood Money 7. And Middleton Terror on the outside 8. Going to be a great night of harness racing this coming Saturday night. Post time 4 o'clock. And another note in the upcoming 6th race, number 2, Little Arrow. The driver is Miles Heffernan Jr. And there's a look at that show photo from tonight's 5th race here at Red Shore, Summerside. Seeing the 2 Wired Blue Chip just nipping the 8 Starship Beauty on the line. That's a close and great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Mighty Rio Ranger leading the 6th race parade, owned by Rain Beckwith from 2nd North River, New Brunswick, trained by Lenny Myers out of Murder. Little Arrow 2 owned by Jackie Heffernan, Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Note the driver change to Miles Heffernan Jr. Three is Long Black Limousine, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings, Paul Langell. 4, Mile Hill Goss, owned by Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Paul does the training, Mark Campbell's up. 5, Magian Blazes, Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. Ma Parker, number 6, owned by Shotgun Stables of West Royalty, Dave Kelly, trains and drives. Number 7 is Mile Hill Cash, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Corey McPherson drives. 2 minutes to post time. Join us for lunch at the West End Bar and Grill, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Summerside, featuring delicious daily specials.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's sixth race. Trot, Exactor, 20 cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, landing on the rail center, Mighty Rearranger. 2-year-old bay gelding by Green Manalishi for Rain Beckwith of Second, North River, New Brunswick. Lenny Myers, the trainer, with Adam Erner in the driver's seat. Started at Charlottetown July the 10th, left on the rail. Finished second, just beat by 3/4 of a length, 2:01 and 4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. That was his first lifetime start. Great trip for him in his first lifetime start. Mighty Rearranger on the rail tonight with Adam Erner, 9-5. And there we get a look at the 7, Mile Hill Cash. 3-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket. For John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, Paul Morrison is the trainer and the breeder. Corey McPherson is the driver tonight. Last start at Charlottetown, July the 10th, left from post 3, was a winner by 3/4 of a length in that race I just talked about. A winner over Mighty Rearranger in 2:01 and 3 in his 8th lifetime start. That was a maiden record. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Mile Hill Cash from post 7. McPherson again tonight, 9-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this sixth race about to go postward, number 2, Little Arrow. The driver will be Miles Heffernan Sr. The racing officials have barred number 2, Little Arrow, from the wagering. If you did wager on the 2, you will get a complete refund. Miles Heffernan Sr. will be the driver of 2, Little Arrow, now barred from wagering.
Back out to the track for tonight's sixth race. Landing on the 5 here for third. That's Magian Blazes, 5-year-old brown gelding by Ted the Stud for Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. He's the owner, trainer, driver, and the breeder. Started at Charlottetown July the 10th from post 5. Finished third, made a break at the wire, trotted a mile in 2:02 flat. Closing quarter, 29 and 4. Still looking for his first win of 2025. Magian Blazes with Jim Ripley from 5, 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming sixth race. A class of trotters in here with Mighty Rearranger and Adam Erner on the rail at 8-5. The 2 Little Arrow, barred from wagering here, will race. Miles Heffernan Sr. is now the driver. Long Black Limousine from 3 with Paul Angela at 2-1. Mile Hill Gus 4 and Mark Campbell at 2-1. The 5 Magian Blazes with Jim Ripley at 6-1. Ma Barker 6 and Dave Kelly at 19-1 on your screen right now. And the 7 Mile Hill Cash and Corey McPherson at 5-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's sixth race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's sixth race, a field of trotters. There's 7 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Mighty Rio Ranger, Little Arrow, Long Black Limousine, Mile Hill Gus, Giant Blazes, Ma Barker, and Mile Hill Cash, top of the stretch. Trotters in the sixth, ready for a start. The rough and trotting, the 2 is a pacing into the first turn. So they're on the trot as they move over to the 8th pole. And at the rail, that's Mighty Rio Ranger, the leader. From the outside, second is Mile Hill Gus. Trotting up for third on the outside is Mile Hill Cash to get away fourth. That is Giant Blazes. Then they're in the backfield with Little Arrow, then Ma Barker, and on the run, Long Black Limousine. So we got 4 of them trotting, and they're on the front end by the quarter, led by Mighty Rio Ranger in line to Adam Murner. Got him to the quarter pole in 30-3. Mile Hill Gus second around the turn in third. That's Mile Hill Cash. Then the 4th one, Giant Blazes. Racing from 5th is Little Arrow. Ma Barker is 6th. And then the trailer, Long Black Limousine. There is an inquiry now in race number 6. Judges' inquiry underway. Retain your tickets. They're halfway home. Mighty Rio Ranger is the midway point leader for Murner. Up a half mile in 101 flat. Racing from second is Mile Hill Gus. The 3rd one, Mile Hill Cash. Then in 4th, Giant Blazes. Little Arrow is a 5th. Back into 6 is Ma Barker. And the trailer, Long Black Limousine. Going to 3/4 and off stride goes Mile Hill Cash. On the front end, Mighty Rio Ranger leads it by 2. Mile Hill Gus second. Now into 3rd, Giant Blazes. Little Arrow is picked up 4th. 1:31 1 was the 3/4 with an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Mighty Rio Ranger turning home. Mile Hill Gus on the outside. Coming on. They're in deep stretch now. Mighty Rio Ranger. Mile Hill Gus on the outside will get up for Campbell. Mighty Rio Ranger second. 3rd, that'll go to Giant Blazes. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes, 4/5. Reminder of the judges' inquiry here in the 6th race. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. Mighty Rio Ranger and Adam Murner go to the front, 30-3, 101. Down to 3/4 in 1:31 1, and we're going to see the stretch drive here. Mile Hill Gus pops out of the 2-hole. And he is going to go by here. Here's a great shot by Universal Media. Mighty Rio Ranger on the inside with Mile Hill Gus on the outside. And just to note that the last time that Mighty Rio Ranger raced and finished second, it was to another Mile Hill horse who made a break in this race. But Mile Hill Gus and Mark Campbell going to get up to win this one. Mark Campbell doubles up tonight in the win column. Mile 2 minutes 4/5, a new race win record. Second win lifetime for Mile Hill Gus. Mighty Rio Ranger in there for second with Giant Blazes third. 4-1-5 unofficially in the 6th race under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The judges' inquiry underway in the 6th race, examining the breaking horses in the first turn. Mile Hill Gus on his way to the 6th race winner's circle, trotting Brown Gelding. He's 5 by Angus Hall from the Cadabra Dam. Magical Wand, owned and trained by Paul Morrison of Cardigan, bred by Lester Gasho from Elmer, Ontario. Mark Campbell's second winner tonight for the double, and the trotting horse has a new record of 2 minutes and 4/5. Mile Hill Gus doubles up Campbell in the 6th.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout-out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the judges' inquiry. Number 2, Little Arrow, finished 4th and will be placed 7th for failure to comply with the braking rule. Now the official results in race number 6, Mighty Rio Ranger was 2nd. Little Arrow finished 4th and was placed 7th due to failure to comply with the braking rule. Longback Limousine finished 7th, was placed 6th. Mile Hill Gus, the race winner. Magian Blazes finished 3rd. Ma Barker finished 5th and was placed 4th. Mile Hill Cash finished 6th and was placed 5th. Fractions of 30 and 3, 101. 131 and 1, and the mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, after the placings, your program reached 276-1345. Mile Hill Gosh paid $7.50. The exactor 1910, the triactor 3010, and the superfecta was $39.80.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Tuesday night. We had the Governor's Plate draw taking place earlier tonight after the 5th race. And we have Rollum, High Voltage Deo, Bounty Hunter, Mickey Shan, Twin Bee Tough Enough, Tony Too Tall, Blood Money, and Middleton Tear rounds out the field for the 57th Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Now let's talk about the 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders. That'll take place at Red Shore, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. We have an equipment change on the 1 in here. Mr. Old Home Week removes a Murphy blind outside, removes the line pole on the inside. I'm going to go 5-2-6 in here. Backstretch beat Kurt Hughes likes 5-2-1, and the classifiers choice is 5-2-4 in the 7th race in 5 minutes.
Have a birthday going on out there tonight here during Governor's Plate week on this Tuesday. Ed McNeil's with us, and it's 23rd. So happy birthday from your friends here at Red Shores. Ed McNeil on your 23rd. Congratulations. Seventh race is the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Mr. Old Home Week number 1. Home with Gary McDonald, Ronnie Gass, and Tyson McDonald, trained by Lenny Myers. Ryan DeRoss drives. Little Lewis, 2, is owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, Corey McPherson. Big Rig number 3, owned by Jamie Whalen and Owen McGuigan. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 4, Hamac Prime Time, owned by the Savage Stable, Brad Campbell of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. West River Corona number 5, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford. Claire McDonald is the trainer. Kenny McDonald drives. Hop on a Rocket is 6, owned by Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove, trained by Mike McGuigan. Tonight, Jill Barrio. Nick Way Rocks It number 7, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Jr. does the training and Miles Sr. along for the ride. 2 minutes. 2 post time for driver profiles, backstretch, beat, race replays, and free race programs. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Last call for 50-50. The winner's share right now at $600. They'll also be doing a second chance draw for a jacket. Compliments of Stephen F. Arf Snow Insurances. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trotting colts for $18,980. Landing on the 5, West River Corona, 2-year-old bay colt by Legion of Honor for Haley McDonald of Stratford. Claire McDonald, the trainer, with Kenny McDonald in the driver's seat. Atlantic Sire Stakes at Truro Raceway on July the 8th. Left from 4, was a winner by a quarter of a length in 2:03.1. First lifetime start. Kenny McDonald was in the bike, closed it out in 30.1. Post 5 tonight for West River Corona with Kenny McDonald, 9-5. And there we get a look at the 2, Little Lewis, 2-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket for East Coast Captains of Cornwall, who are also the breeders. Curry White, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Truro Raceway, July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes. First lifetime start. Left on the rail, finished second, just beat a quarter of a length to West River Corona. 2:03.1, closed it out in 29.4. Little Lewis, post 2 with Corey McPherson, your current choice on the board at 4-5. Last call, 50-50 up here in the Oval. Brenda's up here right now, over $600 to the winner. Last call, 50-50. And there we can look at the 6, Hop on a Rocket, 2-year-old black gelding by E.L. Rocket. Out of that good trot mare, Keith Campbell had Hop Up. Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove are the owners. Mike McGuigan trains and Jill Barrio will do the driving. First lifetime start tonight for Hop on a Rocket. Qualified at Charlottetown July the 10th. Left from 5, finished 5, 2:11.2 for Mike McGuigan. Hop on a Rocket leaving 6 tonight with Jill Barrio, 15-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 7th race, about to go postward, number 3, Big Rig, is going to be barred from the Par Mutual. If you wagered on the 3, Big Rig, you'll get a refund. Big Rig racing tonight with the trotting half hobble. That is not listed on the program. Therefore, the racing officials have barred Big Rig from the wager, and anyone who advance wagered will receive a refund. Big Rig now wearing the trotting half hobble and barred from the Par Mutual.
Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 7th race. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts for $18,000. $980, Mr. Old Home Week on the screen right now with Ryan DeRoche at 20-1, 2 Little Lewis and Corey McPherson at 3-4. The 3 Big Rig is racing, but barred from wagering. 4 Halmac Primetime and Mark Campbell at 9-2. The 5 West River Corona and Kenny McDonald at 6-5. 6 is Hop on a Rocket and Jill Berrio at 14-1. And the 7 Nick Way Rocks It with Miles Heffernan Sr. on your screen right now. Keeping his trotter quiet behind the starting gate, talking to Justin DeRoche. They're at 21-1. That's the field for tonight's 7th race. Good luck with your selections. Another division of the PEI Coal Stakes, 2-year-old trotting colts behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Field of 7. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Mr. Old Home Week, Little Lewis, Big Rig. Halmac Primetime, West River Corona. Hop on a Rocket, Nick Way Rocks It, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off stride on the rail, Mr. Old Home Week. There they go, off and trotting. Big Rig is the first one out. Off stride, West River Corona jumps it off. So second one into the turn, that'll be Little Lewis. Racing into third, Halmac Primetime. Then fourth at the rail, he was fancy stepping. In the early going is Hop on a Rocket. Off stride again, Mr. Old Home Week. Then on the outside, West River Corona. And in the backfield, Nick Way Rocked It. So we got 3 of them that stayed on the trot, and they're up front as they race to the opening quarter. And here comes Little Lewis and McPherson to take over the lead. There goes the judge's inquiry sign here in race number 7. Retain your tickets till it's official. 30 and 1 the opening quarter. Little Lewis now the leader on the turn. Big Rig races from second. Trotting with the leaders. Third is Halmac Primetime. Back into fourth is West River Corona. Then fifth, that's Hop on a Rocket. Mr. Old Home Week is 6. And the trailer, Nick Way Rocks It. They're halfway home. Little Lewis and Corey McPherson out in front. Big Rig is there second. Halmac Primetime in third. Getting himself back into it fourth. West River Corona. Opening half mile in 1:01 and 3 with 3/8 of a mile left to go. Little Louie out in front going to 3/4. Big Rig second. Halmac Primetime is tipped to the outside from third. Racing from fourth. That is West River Corona. They're arriving at 3/4. Little Louie getting him there. far. Racing from second is Big Rig. Up the inside to take over third. West River Corona, 3/4 up in 1:32 and 4 with an eighth of a mile left to trot. Little Louie opening by 5, turning for home. Big Rig is second. West River Corona third. Halmack Prime Time. This division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Little Louie in line to Corey McPherson. Big Rig was second. Third, that's West River Corona. Up for fourth, that's Halmack Prime Time. Time for the mile, 2:02 and 2. Under an inquiry.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. We saw Big Rig and Mike McGregor go to the front, 30 and 1 to the quarter, and then released Little Lewis to go to the front, half in 101 and 3. They went to 3/4 in 132 and 4, and Little Lewis doesn't see a challenger here tonight as a winner in 2:02 and 2 in just his second lifetime start. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. In for second is the 3, Big Rig. And up for third, the 5, West River Corona. 2, 3, 5 unofficially in the 7th. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges' inquiries involves the breaking horses in the first turn after the start. Well, I gave him a little Lewis in the early, a little Louie in the late going, and I'll be talking to Mr. White on the correct pronunciation here. But little Lewis going to the 7th race. Winner's Circle here in the PEI Colt Stakes. Lewis is a trotting bay gelding 2 by E.L. Rocket. Off the Armbro Barrister Dam, Go With Her. A homebred of the East Coast Captains of Cornwall. Curry White does the training. Corey McPherson will guide him to victory. And a maiden record of 2:02 and 2. Little Lewis in the PEI Colt Stakes during Governor's Plate Week at Summerside with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Results of the 7th race judges' inquiry, there were no violations. Here's the official results from race 7. Mr. Oldham Week 5th. Little Lewis the winner. Big Rig was second. He was barred and refunded. Hamac Primetime finished 4th. West River Corona 3rd. Hop on a Rocket was 6th. Nick Way Rocks it finished 7th. 30 and 1, 101 and 3, 132 and 4, and the mile in 202 and 2. In review, it's 512, 4367. Little Lewis 330. The Exactor 380, the Triactor 1370, and the Superfecta was 309.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Late Pick 4 is going to start on this race, race number 8, field of 5. No show wagering in here. I'm going with a 4-3-5. Backstretch beat likes 3-4-1. Classifiers choices 4-3-1 in tonight's 8th race in 6 minutes. Got a birthday wish going out to Esther Campbell, celebrating in Victoria West. Happy birthday, Esther, from all of us here at Red Shores.
Almost Amos on the 8th race parade, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran. Brody McPhee drives. The Big Chase, number 2, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall of Nova Scotia, trained by Luke Burke, Ryan DeRaja. Louis the Great, number 3, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer, Corey McPherson of. 4, Starship Glide, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Kenny Murphy. 5 is Almost Their Boss, owned by David and John Sweet of O'Leary, and Ralph Sweet does the training. Tonight, Mark Campbell. 2 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky with information on the HPI rewards for PEI players.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. Let's go out to the track for tonight's 8th race. A field of 5 in here. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor. It is the start of the guaranteed late pick 4, 20-cent pick 4. Win in place, no show wagering in here. There is the 4, Starship Glide, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment for Windermere Farms of Springvale. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, is the trainer with Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Last start was here July 8th, left from 2 and was a winner by 2 1/4 in 1:56 2, closing quarter 28 1. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Start before that, July 1st, left from post 6 and finished 3rd. Race time 1:55 4, 28 4 on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. Post 4 tonight for Starship Glide with Mr. Murphy aboard, 5-2. There's a look at the 3, Louis the Great, 3-year-old bay gelding by Dancin' Lou for Leith and Less Weight. Less Weight, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike, looking to go back-to-back tonight for the double. Started here July 8th, left from 2 and was a winner by half a length in 1:57 flat, 29 1 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike, 3 wins from 9 tries. All 9 starts in the top 3 this season. 1:57 season's best. That was the last one here in Summerside for Louis the Great with Corey McPherson. Your current choice on the board at 6-5. And there we go, look at the 5. Almost There Boss, 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach. For David and John Sweet of O'Leary, Ralph Sweet, the trainer, with Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. Mark's looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start here, July 8th, left from 8, finished 9th, 1:57 3, 29 4 on the end of it for Norris Rogers. July 1st here, left from 2 and finished 2. Race time 1:55 4, closing quarter 29 1 for Jacob Sweet. Almost There Boss, post 5 with Mark Campbell, 5-2. Quick look at the odds board before they go to the gate for the 8th. Almost Amos on the rail on your screen right now with Brody McPhee at 9-2. The Big Chase and Ryan DeRoche at 10-1. Louis the Great 3 and Corey McPherson at 7-5. Your current choice. Starship Glide 4 and Kenny Murphy at 9-5. And Almost There Boss, post 5 and Mark Campbell at 5-2. That's a look at the field for tonight's 8th race. It is the start of the late pick 4. Guaranteed pool $1,000. Good luck with your selections. Looks like we got a recall here for tonight's 8th race. They'll do it again.
The starter has recalled race number 8. The one entry, Almost Amos, has broken equipment.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race, a field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Almost Amos, the Big Chase, Louis the Great, Starship Glide, and Almost Their Boss. Top of the stretch. Here they come. It's a green light go. Rough and pacing, the Big Chase leaving out. Almost Amos at the rails at their outside. Almost Their Boss, third one to enter the turn. To get away fourth, that's Louis the Great. And then the trailer, that's Starship Glide. They're quarter pole bound. The Big Chase has taken over the lead. Longest shot on the board out in front for Ryan DeRoche. It's going to be short-lived. Almost Amos vacating the 2-hole. He's going to take over the lead as they pass by the quarter, now led by Almost Amos. In line to Brody McPhee. They opened it up in 27-4. Boom! Just like that. Almost Amos fired up on the front end. Second is the Big Chase, then Almost Their Boss racing third. Fourth, that is Louis the Great, and then the trailer is Starship Glide. They're halfway home in the eighth, led by Almost Amos. Racing from second, the Big Chase, Almost Their Boss third. On the move in the outside fourth. Starship Glide is underway, then the trailer, Louis the Great. 56 and 3 for a half a mile. Up the backstretch they go for time 2 to 3/4. Almost Amos out in front. Here's Starship Glide up to challenge on the outside. Moving into third, Louis the Great. Up to take over fourth is Almost Their Boss. Now the trailer. That is the Big Chase, the new leader by the 3/4. Starship Glide takes over late. Almost Amos coming back on. Louis the Great 3 wide. 1:26 with 3/4, and they're in the home stretch now. Starship Glide between horses, the leader. Louis the Great on the outside. At the rail, Almost Amos on the wire next, and it is Louis the Great, and McPherson wins another. Starship Glide second. Almost Amos will finish third, and the time for the mile 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Almost Amos goes to the front, 27 and 4, half in 56 and 3, going to 3/4. There was a battle as Starship Glide and Kenny Murphy came first over, 3/4 in 1:26, and here is the stretch drive. Louis the Great and Corey McPherson are going to power up to win here. Corey goes back-to-back for the double here tonight with Starship Glide in the middle. Great shot by Universal Media. Louis the Great wins for the 6th lifetime win tonight with his 4th of the season, 1:55 and 2, right to his record that he took last season over Woodbine Mohawk Park. In for second is Starship Glide. Almost Amos thirds, 3-4-1 unofficially. In the 8th, we'll see Louis the Great and Corey McPherson in the winner's circle next.
Louis the Great going to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 3 years, the son of Dancin' Lou off the Shadow Play Dam, Tinkerbella. On Beneath Weight of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown, bred by Terra Hill Stud Limited. Trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson, second winner for the double, right to his record 1:55 and 2. Louis the Great and the McPherson double in the 8th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 8, Almost Amos third, the Big Chase fifth. Louis the Great was the race winner. Starship Glide finished second. Almost there, Boss fourth. They went 27-4, 56-3, 126, and the mile in 155-2. In review, it's 35124. Louis the Great 770. The exactor 1130, triactor 1950, and the superfactor was 323.
The 2025 Atlanta Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trotting colts for $19,310, field of 8. I'm going with a 148. Backstretch beat goes 146, as does the classifier in tonight's 9th race. Equipment change on the 2 In Harmony. Ed's Burr head pole on the inside. Number 8 Dusty Lane Gus. Ed's knee boots and bell boots. 9th race post time in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $685. The winning number, 187634. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $685, 187634. There is a second chance draw using those 50-50 tickets. It's for a jacket, and it's compliments of Stephen Arsenault Insurance. 193762. Winning number for the jacket is 193762. Good luck. Got another birthday happening today. Grady Hackshey has joined us for Governor's Plate Week here in Summerside. Grady's celebrating number 20 on this Tuesday night. So Grady Hackshey, from your friends here at Red Shores, happy birthday on number 20. Final division of the PEI Colt Stakes. These are 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Bless Me Father 1. Owned and trained by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert. Tonight, Joe Barrio. In Harmony 2, owned by Judy McLeod of Cardigan. Trained by Jerry McDougall. Miles Heffernan drives. Apollo 34, number 3, owned by the Savage Stable of Stratford. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. West River Jet, number 4, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford, trained by Claire McDonald, Kenny McDonald driving. 5, My Pocket Rocket, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald, Kenny Murphy of. Fire the Rocket 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes drives. Marcus Down Ridge is 7, owned by Wade Silliger of Borden Carlton. Claire McDonald trains and drives. 8 is Dusty Lane Gus, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Ryan DeRage. Final call for wagering here on race number 9. Last call at the windows. Thank you to Donnie McRae and McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Let's head over to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. Equipment changes on the 2 in Harmony. Adds a burrhead pole on the inside. And number 8, Dusty Lane Gus, adds knee and bell boots. There's a look at my top pick. That is the one. Bless Me Father, 3-year-old big gelding by Father Patrick for Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert. She also trains, and Jill Barrio will do the driving. Comes into this one 3 for 3 in 2025. Last start June 26th at Charlottetown. Left from 2. A winner by 2.5 in 1:57.2. Closing quarter 28-1. That was a new race win record. On the rail tonight, Jill Barrio's hot. He's got 3 wins thus far. Bless Me Father, 1-9. There's a look at the 4, West River Jet, a 3-year-old brown gelding by E.L. Rocket for Haley McDonald of Stratford. Claire McDonald is the trainer with Kenny McDonald in the driver's seat. Perfect for this season thus far. And last season, 6 for 11. Last start at Truro on July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for over $10,000. Left from 5, a winner by 1.5 in 2 minutes and 1/5. Closed it out in 28 seconds flat. Post for tonight for West River Jet with Kenny McDonald, 8-5. And there we see the 8, Dusty Lane Gus, a 3-year-old brown gelding by E.L. Rocket for Alexis Gass of Cornwall, who's also the breeder. Lenny Myers, the trainer, with Ryan DeRage in the driver's seat. Started at Truro on July the 8th, Atlantic Sire Stakes. Left from 2, finished 3rd, just beat length and a quarter. 2 minutes, 2/5, 29-2 on the end of it for Ryan DeRage. Took a record. Start before that, Charlottetown, June 26th, left on the rail, a winner by 1.25 in 2 minutes flat. Adam Murner was in the bike. Dusty Lane Gus leaves 8 tonight. Bit of a long shot play here for me, but I'll put him in my ticket. 66-1 on the board. Tonight's ninth race, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old trotting colts for $19,310. There's 8 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Bless Me Father, In Harmony, Apollo 34, West River Jet, My Pocket Rocket, Fire the Rocket, Marcus Down Ridge, Dusty Lane, Gus outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings in the PEI Colt Stakes post time. Rough and trotting In Harmony got the first call off the gate. Bless Me Father second into the turn, coming up third West River Jet, way wide fourth. That is Dusty Lane Gus. Then it's Apollo 34 away fifth, My Pocket Rocket sixth. Fire the Rocket is seventh, and the trailer Marcus Down Ridge. Along the backstretch they go. In Harmony was the long shot leader. Here's West River Jet. Honor to it and add it and to it here. One of the choice horses being on the outside at the rail. In Harmony took him on for as long as he could, up at 29 and 2 opening quarter, and are they strung out with no breakers. Off the turn they come. On the lead now, that's West River Jet and Kenny McDonald. In Harmony is second, Bless Me Father third, all alone in fourth, Dusty Lane Gus. Back into fifth, Apollo 34. My Pocket Rocket is sixth, Fire the Rocket seventh, and the trailer Marcus Down Ridge. They were halfway home in 58 and 3, trotting over to the 5-8. It's West River Jet to get them there. Here's Bless Me Father now, up and after the leader. In Harmony back to third, Dusty Lane Gus fourth, fifth is Apollo 34. On the outside, My Pocket Rocket, followed then by Fire the Rocket, and the trailer Marcus Down Ridge. The 3/4 in the books. Bless Me Father is taken over late. The 3/4 in 1:29 by that station, and they're headed on home now, led by Bless Me Father and Perio. West River Jet is second, Dusty Lane Gus third, a small shot, small one at the track record. Here is Bless Me Father. Perio has the grand slam. Second is West River Jet, third goes to Dusty Lane Gus. Time for this mile in 1:58. 2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Bless Me Father. After some battling up front between In Harmony and West River Jet, who went to the front 29-2, 58 and 3, down to 3/4 in 1:29. That's when Gilberto took over with Bless Me Father going to that station and is on cruise control here to win 4 for 4 in 2025, 1:58 and 2. Gilberto gets his 4th win of the night. West River Jet in there for second. Dusty Lane Gus is third. It is 1-4-8 ice cold here in tonight's ninth race, and we will see Bless Me Father and Gilberto in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Joe Barrio is going to keep Mark Campbell in his sights here in the early going of the Basil Well Enduring Governor's Plate week. He'll get his fourth win on this program. Bless Me Father has him in the Woodmere Standard Bred's winner's circle, trotting big outing 3 by Father Patrick. Off the Yankee Glide Dam, My Angel Heart, owned and trained by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, bred by Robert McAnemy and Hauser Brothers Racing of New York. Joe Barrios' fourth winner for the Grand Slam. Colt remains perfect this season, 4 for 4. 158 and 2. Time for the mile. Bless Me Father in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now the official results in the ninth. Bless Me Father the winner, In Harmony 6. Apollo 34 was 8th. West River Jet 2nd. My Pocket Rocket 4th. Fire the Rocket finished 5th. Marcus Down Ridge was 7th. Dusty Lane Gus finished 3rd and had broken equipment. The fractions were 29 and 2, 58 and 3, 129, and the mile in 158 and 2. In review, 168, 245, 73. Bless Me Father, 230. Exactor, 290. Triactor, 680. Superfecta, 338.
It's great to see local businesses supporting island traditions like the Governor's Plate. So often in this busy age, we forget to make time for our neighbours. We here at Red Shore Summerside would like to sincerely thank our neighbours at Summerside Chrysler Dodge for being a part of this year's Governor's Plate race. Stop in and visit them at Summerside's Action Corner, 3 Water Street, or visit them online at summersidechrysler.com. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Going to see our selections come on the screen. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going 1-2-4 in here. Backstretch beat with 1-4-5. Classifier's choices 2-5-4 in the 10th race in 6 minutes.
Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw was Claire Hines from Kensington. And Mark LeBay will get himself a jacket, compliments of Steve Arsenault Insurance. Featured 10th race on post parade. Number 1 is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Tonight, Mark Campbell. 2 is Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. 3, Doc Awesome, owned by Delta McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Delta does the conditioning, driven by Adam Murner. Navalny number 4, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet. 5 is Rose Run X-Con, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Norris Rogers. 6 is Sobble Attack, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside, trained by Paul Bigger, driven by Kenny Murphy. 2 minutes, 2 post time. Rocky, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the Tuesday night feature of this Governor's Plate Week. And again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to one Brookdale Johnny, a bit of a stinker on his last time around here at Summerside. He's going to pick up Mark Campbell tonight, but I didn't dream he was going to be 1-9, Rock. No way did I see him at that low of a price here in this race, but I like him on top. I like the 4, Navalny. Kind of got shuffled out of it there last week, come back on to be 3rd. He had a couple of place finishers in the starts before. He may go right down the road tonight. I'll use the 5, Rose Run X-Con. He's been real good for Norris Rogers. Back-to-back wins, and for super effective players, I'm using Impeccable Shadow. 1-4-5-2 from the booth. Rock, your choices.
Same horses, just a little different order, Vance. I went with the 1 as well, Brookdale Johnny off the rail with Mark Campbell driving. For second, I put the 2, Impeccable Shadow, shows that mile in 1:53.1, 27-3 in the end of it in his last start at Charlottetown. For third, the 4, Navalny, shows 1:53.4, 2 down at Charlottetown. And then I put in the 5, Rose Run X-Con with Norris Rogers. As you mentioned, he's been really, really good for Norris the last few starts. So I'm going 1-2-4-5, Vance liking 1-4-5-2. Good luck with your selections here in the feature. Famous call to post for tonight's 10th race feature here in 11-dash program at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. Let's have a look at the odds board. Brookdale Johnny and Mark Campbell on the rail at 1-9. Impeccable Shadow 2 and Paul Angel on your screen right now at 9-2. Doc Austin 3 and Adam Murner at 11-1. Navalny 4 and Brady Sweet at 9-1. Rose Run X-Con 5 with Norris Rogers at 15-1. And the 6 is Sobble Attack with Kenny Murphy at 25-1. That is the field for tonight's feature. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. Our feature here on a Tuesday night. A field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Brookdale Johnny, Impeccable Shadow, Dark Awesome, Navalny, Rose Run X-Con, and Sobble Attack. Half a dozen notes is here in the 10th. They're up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Often pacing the inside 4. They're firing out. Brookdale Johnny, Impeccable Shadow, Doc Awesome, and Navalny as they round the turn to get away 5th. Rose Run X-Con and the trailer. Sobble Attack. Up the backstretch they go, and here comes Doc Awesome to clear the lead for Adam Murder. Campbell says give and go time in the front end. He'll right line Brookdale Johnny, sending him back to the lead as they arrive at the quarter. Brookdale Johnny retakes. Doc Awesome is second, racing from 3rd. Navalny, Impeccable Shadow 4th, and in 5th it's Rose Run X-Con trailing the field. Sobble Attack. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2. Opened it up, and it's Johnny and Mark, the midway point leaders here in the feature. Here comes Navalny now. Set up on the outside to take over 2nd. Doc Awesome 3rd, going to the outside 4th. Impeccable Shadow, Rose Run X-Con on the outside. Then towards the rail, Sobble Attack, 56 and 2 was the opening half mile. They swing to the backstretch, going to 3/4, and there's 3 in, and there's 3 out, and the 3/4 comes next. Brookdale Johnny along the rail, the leader. Navalny to his outside. Doc Awesome in the pocket 3rd. Impeccable Shadow 4th. Sobble Attack 5th. Then on the outside, Rose Run X-Con 3/4 up in 1. 25 and 1, and they're headed on down the home stretch. Brookdale Johnny clear on the lead. 2nd, Doc Awesome. 3rd, Navalny. Here's Brookdale Johnny to triple up Mark Campbell. Sobble Attack rallied up the inside for 2nd. Looked like Navalny 3rd. And the time for the mile in the feature, 1:53. 2. There's the inquiry sign now in race number 10. 10th race under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Brookdale Johnny drove up and took the lead, 27 and 2 to the quarter, half up in 56 and 2. Rolled to 3/4 in 1:25 and 1. He comes home here tonight in 28 and 2 to get his 16th lifetime win, 4th of the season. Great trip tonight. 1:53 and 2. Mark Campbell in the bike for his 3rd win of the night. In for 2nd, that's the 6th, Sobble Attack. Should never count that horse out. It didn't put him in the ticket. Should have. Great effort from him tonight with Kenny Murphy in the bike. Up for 3rd is the 4, Navalny. It is 1:64 unofficially here in the 10th race feature. Under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
There's Johnny and Mark on their way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 10th race featured. Brookdale Johnny, Bay Pacing Gelding, the 5-year-old son of Rockin' in Heaven, off the Shadow Play Dam. Brookdale Gia A homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Mark Campbell's third winner for the triple. Excellent winning effort of 153 and 2. Brookdale Johnny tripling up Campbell in the feature. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 10th race. 2 Impeccable Shadow made the break on his own, interfering with 5 Rose Run XCOM. With the 5 finishing ahead of the 2, there's no placings required. Here's the official results now from the 10th race. Brookdale Johnny, the winner. Impeccable Shadow, 6th. Doc Awesome was 5th. Navalny finished 3rd. Rose Run Ex-Con was 4th. Sobel Attack finished 2nd. Fractions of 27 and 2. 56 and 2. 125 and 1. And the Mild in 153 and 2. In review, 165. 342. Brookdale Johnny paid $240. The exactor was $80.10. The triactor $264.20, and the superfecta $180.82.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside, on a Tuesday night. 10 races in the books, just 1 left to go. Let's talk about the Red Shores early and late Super High 5. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shore Summerside and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. I'm going to go with a 3-2-5 in here. Backstretch beat going 3-4-2. And the classifier's choice is 3-2-4 in the finale in 7 minutes. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam, the line to be announced on the 7. Big Bad Bruiser from Charlottetown, July the 12th, left on the rail. Made an equipment break at the head of the stretch. Finished 8th, race time 1:59.3. The driver was Adam Murner.
Bold and Bad on the 11th race parade. Dina Clove, New Haven, is the owner and trainer. Brett Clove drives. Market Up number 2, owned by Kimberly Mark of Ontario, Jeff Lilly, Mark Goland, and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Rick Armstrong. Kenny Murphy drives. Western Delight number 3, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldston. Luke does the conditioning. Tonight, Ryan DeRage. Sword from the Stone, number 4, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman and Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach. Donald Sweet is the trainer. Adam Murner drives. 5, Brookdale Gym, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Corey McPherson. Well Did, number 6, owned by the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. 7 is Big Bad Bruiser. Mark Campbell drives tonight for owner-trainer Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow night as Governor's Plate Week continues in Summerside. Post time at 6 p.m. Rocky has his super high five ticket to wrap up the Tuesday program.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. Vance and I both going with the 3 in here. Western Delight for second. I'll go with the 2, Mark It Up. For third, the 5, Brookdale Gym. Then the 7, Big Bad Bruiser. Rounded out with the 4, Sword from the Stone. Vance going 3, 4, 2, 5, 7. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. It's the finale. Exactor, 20-cent super high five. Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Bold and Bad on the rail for Brett Clough at 22-1. The 2, Mark It Up, and Kenny Murphy at 5-1. Western Delight, 3, and Ryan Darash at 5-2. Sword from the Stone is 4 with Adam Erner at 10-1. Brookdale Jim leaves 5 with Corey McPherson. Your current choice on the board at 4-5. Well Did is the 6, and Paul Angel at 15-1. And the 7, Big Bad Bruiser and Mark Campbell at 9-2. That's the field for tonight's 11th and final. Good luck with your selections. In case some of you missed the draw for the Governor's Plate, 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge this coming Saturday. Roll 'em on the rail. High Voltage Deo, Bounty Hunter, Mickey Shan leaves 4, Twin B Tough Enough 5, Tony Too Tall 6, Blood Money 7, and Middleton Terror rounds out the field for the 57th running of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge this Saturday, post time 4 o'clock. Countdown clock is in for the 11th race finale. Field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bold and Bad, Mark It Up, Western Delight, Sword from the Stone, Brookdale Jim, Well Did, Big Bad Bruiser outside, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. It's the Super High Five finale. Rough and pacing, Western Delight leaving out. Second is Mark It Up. Joining them is Brookdale Jim into the turn. Bold and Bad's away 4th. Then 5th is Sword from the Stone. To get away 6th, that's Big Bad Bruiser. And Well Did the trailer 7th. Quarter pole bound. And here's Brookdale Jim to take over the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Second at the rail is Mark It Up. Now in 3rd, that's Western Delight. 4th, that's Bold and Bad, racing 5th, Sword from the Stone. He's followed by Big Bad Bruiser, and the trailer Well Did. Opening quarter, sitting up here, the veteran Brookdale Jim was at the quarter, 27-3. Off the turn they come, and towards the half mile, the backfield goes in motion. Brookdale Jim will get them halfway home. Mark It Up, the 2-hole ride. There goes Western Delight to the outside from 3rd. Big Bad Bruiser picks up the 2nd over Joe 4th. Bold and Bad 5th. 3rd over 6. Well Did. Now the trailer. Sword from the Stone. 57-2 was the half mile. 3/8 of a mile left to go. It's Brookdale Jim on the lead. Second up the rail, Mark It Up. Western Delight on the outside, advancing 3rd. Following that cover on the outside 4th is Big Bad Bruiser. Bold and Bad has 5th with Well Did. And the trailer Sword from from the stone. They go by 3/4. Brookdale Jim is still there, grinding away first up. Western Delight 1:27 flat was the 3/4. 3 wide with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Jim is still there, turning for home. Western Delight between horses, way wide. Big Bad Bruiser, mark it up in the passing lane. Deep stretch now on the wire. Here's Big Bad Bruiser, and Campbell's got a grand slam. Mark it up second. We'll look at a show photo. But it's Big Bad Bruiser to close it out in 1:56.4.
Comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's finale, 11th race. Brookdale Jim goes to the front, 27-3, 57-2. Down to 3/4 in 1:27. Had a challenger. Western Delight came first over and laid in the outside. Mark it up in the passing lane here as we see the stretch drive. You can't see on your screen the outside. Big Bad Bruiser and Mark Campbell gets win number 4 tonight as they hit the wire first in 1:56.4. Second win of the season, 20th career for Big Bad Bruiser. Mark it up, got up the inside for second. In for third is the 5, Brookdale Jim. 7-2-5 unofficially in the finale. We'll see Big Bad Bruiser and Mr. Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Mr. Campbell had 6 on Sunday. Give him 4 on Tuesday. 10 winners and just 2 cards of Governor's Plate Week Racing. Is off to a tremendous start. Big Bad Bruiser takes him into the 11th race winner's circle. They facing gelding 7, but roll with it, Harry, from the Estrella Stem, Sarah Star. Owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, bred by Jonah Mose of Cornwall. Mark Campbell's 4th winner, grand slamming it up tonight. The mile in 1:56.4 for the horse, his 20th lifetime victory. Big Bad Bruiser and the Campbell grand slam. Now the official results in the 11th race. Bold and Bad 7th, Mark it up 2nd. Western Delight was 5th. Sword from the Stone 6th. Brookdale Jim 3rd. Well Did was 4th. Big Bad Bruiser, the race winner. Fractions 127-3, 57-2, 127. and the mild in a 156 and 4. In review, it's 725-6341. Big Bad Bruiser paid $29. The Exactor $216.90. The Triactor paid $728.60. The Mark Campbell Late Daily Double paid $33.70. And the Super High Five yet to be posted. And that's going to wrap up the Tuesday night edition of Governor's Plate Week of Racing. We're back tomorrow, 6 o'clock, opening post time. Tonight's par mutual handle, $77,421. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.